Being switched. Hello, and welcome aboard the USS Gungnir, the spear of the 10th Fleet. We are gathered from across the galaxy to play Star Trek Adventures, a tabletop a tabletop RPG by our friends at Mojifius. Every week we continue our adventures on the wild and wonderful frontier of the Federation. And I start with a flub. Great. This is gonna be a great episode. Plus, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 character sheets set up on a window off to the side. Just to give an idea of sports ball? What's that? Oh, the holodeck thing. Okay. Where I can pretend I'm competent in hand-eye coordination. Depends and on what your purpose is. We've done sports before, but mostly it was like fitness con back and forth, but that was with tennis. And then we did a race, once, and that kind of got out of hand. So, yeah, attempting to do sports or ball roles in Star Trek Adventures is interesting. There's not really hard rules for it, so you just kind of make it up. True that. Yeah, the race between Maldon and L. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then the captain kept almost like blew out his cyber arm. Anyways, on that note, let's set course for adventure. In my cheesy lines. Episode 13, Civil Distress. The Gungnir and Crew have been following up on the distressing situation brought to their attention by two street urchins, Talagan and Tulan. These two were caught stealing weapons from Starbase Aegis in an attempt to save their home. After being apprehended by Starfleet personnel, they confess that their home was under attack by a nefarious Captain and Fred, a gangster who's been running a racket up and down the Silk Road. The Gungnir headed off to the small colony of Tanka Dente. There, they find a quaint colony set up on a Class K world, atmospheric domes keeping the thin methane-laced atmosphere at bay. They met with Governor Danin and the local Sherrif R'shill, who both have differing opinions on how to handle the predicament. Partway through the reconstruction, the Sleipnir was sent out to investigate a break in the border sensor network about 3 days away. When they got there, the tiny Delta flyer was beset by a terrible virus, a trap laid for them. With the Sleipnir 3 days away from Tanke Dente, and the Gungnir and the rest of the crew have 2 days to make preparations for Captain Fred. However, as the pressure mounts, the cracks begin to show on the civilian and local government. Okay, that's orbit. That is city. It is this map. On the surface of Tanka Dente, we cut back to Captain Calder receiving the coded text message from the Sleipnir saying that they had ran into problems on the border network. And you also receive a telemetry from the Gungnir in orbit saying that 3 vessels are on their way on high warp and they will be there within 48 hours. Sure, Captain Williams. So, that's the situation. So we came to Tanka Dente, this domed, Class K world. The atmosphere is really thin and methane and lace. You can go outside, but you're required to have a rebreather mask. You don't need a full pressure suit, but without the rebreather mask, you will start suffocating within minutes. So most of the city's buildings and stuff are set up within these 2 atmospheric zones. There's the industrial zone, and then the actual city itself. A lot of the infrastructure has kind of been run down over the past couple of years just from lack of maintenance, and all of their supplies and people have been kidnapped and set as tribute. And now we just got word that 3 vessels are on their way here under high warp, and they should be here within 48 hours, which is approximately 3 days sooner than you thought Captain Fred would arrive. What would you like to do? Mostly you'd be interfacing with R'shill, the Cation sheriff of the town. He's actually been really helpful the past couple days, and has been working with you to set up security checkpoints and distributing weapons and gear, and he's kind of preparing for a fight. I mean, he would like to. Not sure how helpful you're gonna be. It's a you could. This dome city would have choke points, or you could at least create choke points. In general, this city does have beaming dampening. They do have discrete pads. These little 3-box symbols indicates these transporter pads where you can go, and they try to funnel all transporter or activity through them. Oh, and we never do stuff like that on this ship. Unfortunately, the chief engineering and chief science officer and a new pilot Vera have gone away on the Sleipnir, and they're currently 3 days out. I mean, Left's still here, so there's the assistant chief engineer. Which means either Calder or Williams give me an insight engineering difficulty 2. Or security. In anything involving logistics, battle plans. You're kind of no, you're attacking from a different angle, so. Complication 1. Absolutely. And we gain a momentum. Calder, you had the right idea that the pirates wouldn't risk is so much of the infrastructure as to carpet bomb the planet. So if they want to do anything, they'll have to get boots on the ground and go door to door, so to speak. So, getting them to land on the surface would be good. If you can prevent them from getting to, yep. So, pirates' most likely tactic is to land at the starport and take the trams into the city themselves and just occupy the place. If you can stop them at any step of the way, that would be good. Transport art inhibitors, a dime a dozen. It would be long and tedious, but you can easily put transport inhibition across the entire city. So at least if you're going to be doing a defense, they're not going to be bringing capital ship or siege weaponries in it. The largest thing you're probably going to be dealing with are grenades. But since they are going small arms and they don't want to absolutely puncture the dome, they're going to be using small choke point egress. Either the transporter pads, which you can shut down with transport inhibitors, or the train stations. Which the train station is airlocked. So but you're a Starfleet officer. Alright, what's the idea? Alright, so what's the plan? Do we want to start setting up the choke point at the start point? Or are we going to try something else? Rigelian. Anyways. Captain, your orders. In theory, you would have all the space superiority with the Gungnir there, but they have three ships of unknown configuration, so they would be able to outmaneuver you. And their goal is definitely on the planet's surface. But if you hide the Gungnir behind a moon, you could definitely sneak up on them. I will note that even with the party split, all players at the table will be able to take actions on the gun. You just wouldn't have the character sheets associated with it. Well, as you are considering that, Doctor, we come back to you and your extended medical task. Let's see. We'll start off with that, and we will get it a little bit more story. You're at difficulty 2, control medicine. Hit and momentum back. 7 challenge dice, please. Dang. Oh, that's 6, 7, 8, 9. 6. That is definitely a breakthrough. Did you want to spend any momentum on that for extra work, piercing, reroll maybe? All the momentum to get rid of all 3 resistance? Alright. 3 work. You are making a lot of progress. You are more than halfway done, and with all the critical cases now, it's just some of the little things left. There are some interesting crosstalk happening. I'm gonna need an insight command difficulty 3. Need to see if you can pick up on some of this. Just as the people are talking to each other, or as they're talking to you. You're too focused on the job. Like in the waiting rooms and stuff, people are kind of talking to each other in hushed tones. There was at one point a fist fight broke out, but your security he quashed that pretty quickly. But it didn't spill over or into your work area. No one was hurt, so you just kind of shrugged it off. Not quite. The governor comes and approaches you. Danin and Chatarel. Good to see you making work here, Doctor. We appreciate your efforts. I'm just here to check up on your progress and assess the situation. Interesting. How are the emergency services aboard your vessel? If something catastrophic were to happen, and how many do you think you can take on board? Um, if you want to roll reason in medicine difficulty 2. Or if you know the number off the top of your head. It's actually on the back of the... I think it's about 5K. For 4,500 evacuation limit. Emergency medicine. And you were worried. Yeah, 4,500 people. That is the evacuation limit. This is almost standing room. We are setting up emergency cots on the holodeck. We have the hallways filled, cargo bays are filled to the brim, and we set up emergency services in the shuttle. All deck. That is jam packed, but you should be able to handle food, water, and oxygen for that many people for at least a week before it starts getting uncomfortable. As far as emergency services, you do have your ship does have a medical score of 4, so you have two pretty good. You do have two pretty good sick bays on board, but you only have about 4 surgical tables at a time. So if we're dealing with a lot of critical injuries, you are going to be triaging, and you're going to be trying to do critical surgeries in ideal situation, which you're trained for. It happens, but it's not ideal. I am considering my options in case of a catastrophe. And doing everything I can. I endeavor to do everything I can to avoid such a situation. Anything to keep the peace, as they say. And with that, he mysteriously walks away. Since you have counseling as a focus inside I will allow insight medicine, but this would color what information you'll get. Insight medicine, non-professional situation, difficulty 2, complication 2. You might get a bad answer off this. If there's any increase in difficulty due to your unfamiliarity with the task, you are. This isn't really a study. You were previously a counselor, or you're just trying to counsel in an unconventional manner. So that would not count for this. Okay, this will be fun. Do you have any means of washing that? You're not willing to use. Okay. Complication stands. But you do pass. Actually, you pass with 1 on float, so you do have 2 momentum on the table. If you want to use it to quash, or the complication will stand. Alright. I am going to text this to you through Discord. That. As a doctor, you can get 1 unclarifying or additional question. Just someone in general. You're not quite familiar enough with his personality to lean him one way or another. Meanwhile, Captain Calder and Lieutenant Williams. So, do we want to set up transport inhibitors on the ground and ambush at the starport. Is that our plan? Lieutenant Williams, do you agree? Lieutenant Williams, you there? Nice. Captain is suggesting setting up transport inhibitors in the city and then pointing at the street. It's transport inhibitors in the city and then setting up an ambush on the starport itself because that will be most likely their point of egress. Yep. So double thumbs up on this. Excellent. Okay, what is it? You wouldn't actually be pulling. You wouldn't actually be pulling the defensive grid and the weapons ends grid off the Gungnir. You would be pulling off ground encampment in here. So, Type 4 phaser air cannons and ground shield generators, which you can do. You do have an industrial replicator. It's just a matter of setting it up in the right location and having enough to bed up the effect. So this isn't like we're pulling the cannons ends off the ship and rolling them ashore or to defend the fort. You have your own stack of cannons personally made to put in the fort. So, on a scale of 1 to 5, how much of a shield generator do you want on the starport? Mm-hmm. Alright, this is gonna be a little bit special. Or, increased complication because you're setting this up in a Class L atmosphere. That's just gonna slow everything down. So, this is to set up a shield generator at difficulty 4. It'll be 4. And the stress of it will be 4 plus Leafs plus Left's engineering score, and that'll be the total stress check for the shield generator. In addition, for each 1 momentum you spend during being set up, you can give it an additional shield. Okay. assistance. Cassidy, if you want to help with this, or Calder. Every little bit will help. You can also stall the roll a little bit and try setting up advantage as a duel. Alright. Control engineering. And left is rolling 4 dice. Crush, you can roll for lefty, but yeah. There we go. 6. So, got 4 momentum there. As of now, we have a... Okay, let me get my marker out. Alright, so right now, is shield strength into 9. Would you like to spend momentum to increase that? The shield number is 9 as of this point, or 1 for 1 on the momentum. You can increase that. And it's gonna have a base resistance of 2. All right. You have a shield generator set up. Left and Williams, you spend most of the day clearing out the starport and getting portable power generators set up, and you finally put on the shield build grid, and the shield blurs and comes to life around the entire starport, including the landing pad, the little meet building they have, and the local data transmission tower. As of now, it's just energy barrier, so phasers can't get through it. You're still required to have a face mask rebreather when you're outside. If you would like, you could augment the shields to fix that. So it maintains a Class M atmosphere within the shield bubble. It just means, yeah, and you you'll be required to have to review those anyway, so I'm not gonna make you pay for them. But you do run the risk of having to review those knocked off or malfunction or something, and then your start starting to choke on the air. That would. Yep, that's also a thing. So. All right. So, that. All right. The atmosphere maintains class K at the starboard. What else would you like to do? Set up guns? Do you want to set up encampments? AA guns. Alright. Okay. Let's do the anti-aircraft guns first. We'll do the anti-personnel guns in this separate role. Free and standard comp increase. Reason security difficulty 3 complication 2 just to find where you want to put them and basically tell people, oh, put gun here. And you will be able to spice up this buff on the tail end a bit. How do you want to make this roll? Control is more about flying control and positioning. Reasoning is I'm thinking reasoning security to go for the broad tactic of panning ahead and getting into defensible positions and that kind of stuff. Control is more about fine motor or control, fine actions, and careful in position. You can always ask for help. You can purchase extra dice. Die Bava, I think, has a pretty good reason. Complication 2, because you're trying to set this up in a Class K atmosphere. only have 4 dice. You have help from Terrell. Captain Calder, you have 12 roll. There we go. Excellent. You have 2 momentum generated, and this will set up a difficulty 2 defense screen for the for any shuttlecraft trying to come in. For 2 extra momentum, you could increase that to difficulty 3. So any hostile shuttle coming in will have to make a difficulty 3 check to even land, or they'll get hit and start taking damage. As of now, it's difficulty 2. You can increase that to difficulty 3 for 2 moments. You wish to do that? This is anti-aircraft phasers. Anti-personnel is next roll. Oops, as the entire world moves underneath you. What, you don't believe even in flat Tanka Dente? Flat planet? Wait, you believe this planet's round? Div 3, the hostile landing. Alright, now for the anti-personnel. On a scale of 1 to 5, how hard do you want this anti-personnel field to be? Or this anti-personnel encampment? So the tram, take the tram station itself. Okay. All right, sounds good. You're basically creating an advantage of a choke point into the tram station. At difficulty 2, you can have it. Base difficulty 2, you can increase the difficulty to make it even harder for them to take the tram. So, what difficulty do you want it to be? The harder it is for them to get in, and the easier your job. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So on a scale of 1 to 5. What you thinking? Because the higher difficulty you make it for them, that'll be easier for you in the future, but you have to... Yep, but the more success you have to get now, so... You can certainly try. Yep, that's totally an option you have. To what value? Yes, very much so. You're doing this to protect a colony that you don't have personal ties to. And actually, for this one, you are definitely going to get assistance from the local sheriff. He makes his way out there and starts to help you on this. Yes. I will allow it since these will be phases that have to be operated by him. All right. Yes, because you have to power those things. Shh. Don't mind the man behind the curtain. He is not important. Pay no attention to him. Yes. Yep. Alright, so 2, 4, 5, 7, on to 4. Alright. Alright, and during this time, I'm R'shill, is... Okay. Focus. No, it's just the difference between your reason and your control. Yeah, so that 17 would have hit. No, focus just increase your critical hit range. R'shill is helping out a lot. He's very determined and willing to defend his home, but at the same time he seems to have an edge about him and is kind of looking over his shoulder a lot. Do you want to do this discreetly, or do you just want to ask him? Not exactly. I'm very much for getting rid of this threat to our home. Captain Fred has done more harm than good, but there is some anti-Federation sentiment that has been ensued over the past couple of years. I fear that this might come out at an opportune time. Lots of people came into the frontier to get away from the Federation and Starfleet and the rules. Mm-hmm. But very much so, setting up guns and shield generators might be seen as an occupying force. As they say on Earth, get in line. I get first dibs. And he takes your hand and shakes it. What colony are you from? It was like Omega 5 or something like that. Double check. Is it? Anyways. Yeah, that comes with the territory. He kind of squints and goes, "It's a long way away from here, isn't that like 300 light years rimward? No, not 300. 60. What made you want to join the Starfleet?" A lot of people out here don't like being told that they're helpless. There's an element of pride of living on the frontier. The Wellwallas, as they would call them in the Expanse. It's you I trust. The governor, not so much. I would question his motives and where his allies lie. Over the past 3 years, Chatterell has agreed to the terms. He's never put up a fight before, and generally when you don't put up a fight for 3 years, you tend to not like it when other people put up fights. Been searching, I haven't found it. But, and with that, he blinks down and plugs in the last phaser turret. Seems we are all set here. Anything else, and we will be an occupying force. Nope. And with that, he leaves you with your thoughts. What do you want to do? And Doctors BRB. And Vera and Ross will be cutting to you momentarily. I was also kind of stalling and hoping Sorrel would get here. Don't worry, haven't forgot about you and your stuff. Williams, you come to the captain. This is about a day later. We are pushing 24 hours and turns towards contact. Gungnir the captain, and we're having some electrostatic interference from the ionosphere. We're having trouble getting a lock on you, but I believe if you go to the transporter pads in town, we should be able to beam you up. as you walk out in the street of this dusty mining town. And you make your way to the city square where the... No, bad window. Go away. Yeah, you make your way down the street, and you're making way towards the transporter or hub in the center of town. As you approach, there appears to be a crowd swarming in City Square. Let's see, what phrases are they yelling? They are making a rousing chant, and as you get closer, you see some of them have various sharp implements. Pickaxes seem to be common, but also shovels, and torch and pitchforks, and there's a couple that for some reason have phaser rifles, which should be illegal. They're not yeah, they're not being outwardly hostile. They're just chanting, "Fed means dead, Fed means dead, Fed means dead, Fed means dead." Yep. You can stand. Yeah, you can stand on like a lamppost or something. Get some altitude. Do you actually swear? Okay, so that's the one F-bomb for the night. Yep. She's presenting herself as a local. Yeah. Yeah. I will say they are not they're not in a riot yet. There's no property damage, but they're raring for it. Stop it before it happens. Alright, so base difficulty 2. Increase difficulty because you'll search home. 4. Yep, I'm calculating it right now. Oh. Okay. If you're gonna do that, then I'm just gonna spend some Brit on this. He has veteran, so if he rolls an effect, he gets his determination. I will say this is only possible because you said you are a colonist. So, but you. But Starfleet's here now, and we're here to help the little guys, and we're not going to crush your wave. Mm-hmm. Say that again. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Because you're using a determination, and the cost increased by 1, so you need to do 5 total. 5 total threat or momentum. So I could do 2 threat and 3 momentum. Alright. Alright, rolling 4 dice. You have 3 hit. Yep. So you are talking to the crowd, you give them this impassioned in speech about, hey, I'm the little guy, I too. And the crowd kind of murmurs. They don't fully disperse, but they kind of break off and kind of chunk into little groups of 5 or 6, and they start murmuring to each other instead of one big crowd. It's just a bunch of small people talking, and you get a lot of side eye, but they're not actually attacking you, and they walk the transporter hub. Yep, you step on the pad. Alright, have a transporter lock. Lock on your captain to B1. And we'll jump to the ship. Captain, insight con difficulty 3 to realize something. All right. Starfleet protocol. Into momentum. You remember, not often used, but definitely a viable situation if you can definitely prove that the governor is corrupt, uh, has committed a major crime, is colluding with the enemy of the Federation, or is otherwise unfit for service, you as a Starfleet a captain have the ability to declare this a state of emergency, and you can temporarily remove his governorship. And severely temporarily, you have to do this. You can only do this for a time of 7 days, and there's a whole lot of paperwork to do afterwards. But it's an emergency button you can push via Starfleet command. And there's going to be a whole board of it. The new governor will have to be someone within the chain of command, within the secession power. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Of the colony. Yeah. It basically go through the rank of succession. If you remove the governor, the lieutenant governor will temporarily take over, and this is only in very specific situations. And it's the specific situation of you are committing a major crime, you're committing treason or conspiracy against the Federation. That levels. I've been floating on the terms. Technically, he would be a sheriff. He's the elected official all in charge of security. Chief of police would be appointed. Presence Command. And this is kind of a tough thing. Presence Command, difficulty 3, complication 2, increased complication, and increased complication because this is might be skirting the edge of the law, and increased difficulty because you're trying to get her to stop specific transmissions from a specific person on the planet, and there's a lot of comm traffic going in and out just because it's a planet. There's a lot of people calling. Problem is, you would have to get a warrant first. You're basically wiretapping his phones, so you would have to get a warrant, to do that kind of stuff. It would be another task with Nea. It would be another role to convince Nea to get a warrant, and actually it wouldn't be Nea, it would be the local sector governor or another governor in the system. Yeah, you would have to go through a civilian chain to get through this. So, you would bring this up with Nea, and then Nea would have to bring it up with someone else. But to get a warrant, Presence Command, yeah, generally diff 3, figure, and increased comp, because it's kind of circumstantial evidence at this point. If you can get more evidence, get more evidence now, the difficulty to get the warrant would go down easily. Or you can just do it automatically. Alright. Okay. Yikes. You have a normal milestone involving talking to bureaucracy or an arrest warrant. Yes, definitely. I'll allow that. To what value? You were definitely being proactive about this, trying to get an arrest warrant beforehand. Communications command. Basically, having the ship send her all the information you do have. Which Williams can assist with present security, basically presenting what evidence she has. Otherwise, we could succeed at cost. Present security. Your complication 2. Do you have a focus that might apply to this? You're interrogating the Admiral? I would definitely suggest persuasion. Let's not interrogate Admiralty. Oof. Okay. So you, yeah. Initially, Nea is confused, concerned, and like, wait, you're doing what? You want a warrant for what? And then you begin gathering your evidence and talking about how, right, you saw long-term trade deal, with this, the governor's long-term trade deal with if this gangster or racketeer criminal. I keep switching titles on him, but yeah, he's pirate, criminal, racketeer. Um, Finally, Isha kind of goes, okay, this is very thin and evidence. It could be that the governor's being blackmailed somehow, and our presence there is putting him at risk. I I'm willing to give you a temporary warrant for his communications log over the past 3 months. I will have to run this as by Federation Judiciary branch and the local sector or governors. If you can pull any weight on any governors, or that would help, speed up this process. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go through the entire bureaucracy. This might take a couple days to get back to you. Maybe. Uh, you have, yes, you have been in spending in your reputation to get them some assistance. So, um, thing is, that's going to be a minor colony. You need someone with political weight to swing around on this. If only there was some sort of like major colony that we know of. So at this point, Nea can do it, but we're just looking to sign on governors to speed along the process to kind of pre-approve. Yes, yes, we approve of this warrant to overturn a governor. All right, Williams, do you want to talk to your governor? Worst case scenario, they don't have the sway, but maybe they'll have sway for someone else. And Tom's command ship. Difficulty 3. You are technically talking to a state official, but you could swing. But uh, yep, definitely persuasion. Okay. It takes a while to get a connection, and there's a good 2 second lag on the video call, but considering this is like over or 3 sectors, this is a pretty good call. You talk to them, kind of explain the situation. Your governor here says, uh, we actually just had a starship show up, and they began and making the starport in orbit. I heard you had something to do with that. Oh, have you told your mother yet? I'm well. All right, and spend a minute info dumping. And he considers the situation and goes, I don't have a lot of pull. Oh, we're a pretty minor colony, but I might be able to pull some threads ends here to get the ball all rolling. But I might have to cash in on some political capital for this. Are you sure? Very, very well. I will see what I can do to speed up this process. Contact who? Dr. Morgana? Yep. See you in a little bit, Williams. Yep. You want to talk to Morgana, right? Or all right. Info dump. Alright, Morgana, you're all caught up on that. And we know that we are in the process of getting an arrest warrant for no, a search warrant, not for this man. Yep. Right. There we go. Meanwhile, on the border of the Federation. Change me. All right. Um, it has cut back a few days earlier. This is just after you managed to get control of the Sleipnir again, and you sent that cryptic message out. And you know that you are racing time to get back to the colony and to help out if you can. Rust and Vera, what would you be doing at this time? Couple weeks. This thing. Probably. Seems to be fine. Would you like to run a diagnostic? Rust. Would you like to run a diagnostic? And here's position G. You can assist with con. That's Marco. Should be here in a couple months. If my math is correct. Very you can assist with reason and con and computers engineering. Yes, all systems seem to be in order. There's no signs of the virus remaining. There was one little squirrely bit that seemed to be the hidden bit of code that would transmit your or database slowly over subspace, but you managed to squash that. And with that, just it was sending it just to a specific subspace base band, heavily encrypted. So it was omnidirectional. Rost, for our one threat, you could retrieve that subspace frequency that this virus was pointing to. You have the subspace frequency. And now we are to make haste, as they say. Yes, the information that they're going to be early is there. There is enough of a margin of error you could squeeze your way through and get there just in time. But you would basically be putting the Sleipnir at risk and overloading its engine. There's no location or coordinates it's involved. It's just an omnidirectional thing. So you would have to try to find whatever buoy is picking it up, and then that might have a tight beam communication elsewhere. Yes. Control engineering difficulty 4, complication 2, assisted by communications engineering to try to dose the data and see if you can track it. Mm-hmm. Woohoo! By Jove, I think you did it. You send the crap data out, and you put a little line of code to basically verify receipt, verify reception, and it does come back, and it comes back from a very specific direction. You have a vector. It is coming from a location that is about 6 hours away at high warp. All right. Let's actually put this on the map. So you remember and I remember. Craft Sleipnir is right here on the border. Starfleet objective. What would it be? All right, so everyone see where we're at? Sleipnir is down here by the border. This objective is the subspace spider node, and then over here on this square is where Captain Fred is at, and the Gungnir is in orbit. So not quite on the way. It's a little bit of a detour, but if you get there, you could hop over to the planet within range. Also of note that this is within Federation space. On a scale of 1 to 5, how encrypted would you like this to be? Alright. Control engineering difficulty 4. No, I'm not gonna spin through it. And communications NG from the Sleipnir. You have a secure channel. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I called her, or this, at this point, Captain Fred's still 2 days away, and the Sleipnir is 3 days away. This would give them a slight detour, so it would take them a little extra while to get to you in the first place. You could try to pawn this off on another ship, or the Sleipnir can and go take it. If the Sleipnir takes it, it is highly unlikely that they will make it to the battle time. Um, you are going to the node. In the background, 5 dice are rolled. Okay. The results will make themselves clear momentarily. Or we're just Zogar chewing ice. Alright. And nope. Not that music, the other music. Sure. We'll go with this one. Excuse me. Vera. You have a con task ahead. There we go. Control con difficulty 3, assisted by engines con to plot a course. One threat for a third dice. Alright, and you generate 2 momentum. as the Sleipnir jumps to warp. You are cruising along on for about 6 hours when suddenly there is a bright orange web that shows up in front of your flight path about 5 hours in. Either way, Daring Con 3. It's up ahead, but you are traveling at warp speed, so you have like seconds to decide what to do. Can you tell me what the wording on those are? I'm not familiar with them. Alright, reduce the difficulty of attempting. Or where there's. Okay, that will precise maneuvering will decrease that to diff 2. Precise evasion is specifically for the evasion task roll. Mm-hmm. We are not in anomalies. This is combat. Oh, I forgot. This song gets loud for a bit. Alright, so 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. On diff 2, so that generates 4 momentum. As you definitely dodge out of the way, you pull up just in time to not hit the barrier, but you realize you are in the midst. It's of 3 Tholian spinners. These are small craft about the same size as you, and they are moving to attack. I'm a little bigger, so we're about even size. These are the ones that made the web. And that's what you just about ran into. 42. I'll still consider Sorgar as kind of a free activation for this, or he can be activated as part of the crew support of the Sleipnir rather than the crew support of the Gungnir, because hey, he's currently on the Sleipnir right now. Nope, that was fixed next last episode, so he has no injuries. Everyone's fine. But that was your turn. I get the jump on you, so I am going to move da-da and da-da. Impulse maneuver to get within in range, and it is now player's turn. And I'm going to color code these to make it easier to call out. Red, blue, and So you do have a it would take a turn to figure that out, but Zogar could give a reason security. I said security. There we go. Reason security. Yeah, these are known vessels. Reason security difficulty 2. And the computer can assist. That would take his action to pull up the specs and look on the computer. They are in torpedo range. Not even close. You are hundreds and hundreds of light years from Tholian space. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Sorrel, you can and easily say that this isn't their space. They shouldn't be out here. As easy as yeah. You could speak a little bit, but it is currently player's turn. I will say, technically, using the Tholian web it counts as an aggressive act. That yeah, that is yeah, that's an aggressive action. So if they've shown hostile intent already, yeah, reason science. This is yep. Yeah. Reason science difficulty 4. There's still kind of a ways he's out, but you could make this. Okay. Yep. That is a focus. And the Sleipnir sensor sign. Here we go. Gain 1 momentum and back. As your fingers fly across the sensor array and you find a phase shift in their air shield emitters as that you could exploit. And they currently have the debuff of sensor scan and on them. Would you like to spend 2 to swift task or spend 2 to keep the initiative and have an ally go? All right. Spending 2 to keep. And who is going? And what is his action? All right. Photonic missile automatically gains 1 threat for being a threatening action. But that is control security. 1, 8, yep. Stage 3. Assisted by weapon security. Okay. One threat. All right. Hold. And you just got it as a photonic torpedo lances out and hits the web spinner. Go ahead and roll damage. All right. Oh, since these are calibration, and you have to spend a minor action to calibrate the torpedoes, so I'm gonna have to take another momentum to do a extra bonus action, or I could take another threat. I'll just take the threat, leave that momentum for you. But go ahead and reroll. Oh, poop. All right. Shields are still up. Would you like to swift task or turn the initiative over? All right. As Red doesn't want to play me anymore. Green is gonna go impulse maneuver, spin to swift, and I'm gonna shoot a torpedo. If 3, so one more for third dice. Third dice through and security. Good luck, buddy. That's a hit. Ooh, forgot about that. This is gonna hurt. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 damage. One, wait, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's only 7. 7 damage. which Sleipnir's resistance cuts down that down to 3, but you have a plasma fire on your hull. As you have a small plasma fire burning on your hull. At the top of the round is going to do. Let's see, it's half. So it's going to do 5 damage to you before resistance at the top of the round, and this will stay on for 2 turns unless you can figure out to do something about it. Plasma fire, eh? That is their turn. It is now player's turn. Where is gone? Sorrel is gone. Yes. What would you like to do? Yep, you can take an action from there, or if you just want to wing something, shoot it by me. We'll figure it out. It's the result of the weapon. The energy of the weapon is sticking to your hull, and it's sparking and dancing around and still causing damage. That's a thing that could happen. All right, let me pull this up. Pull this up really quickly. Make sure I get this right. During con difficulty 1, assisted by structured con. Okay. So we're looking at Daring Con difficulty 1, assisted by structured con. And then structured con. So gain 2 momentum. Would you like to quash that? All right. As you try, I dip, diving, dodging, dipping, and dodging again to. Uh, Yep, the 5Ds. There was a little bit of trouble as the plasma fire is actually getting on some of the RCS thrusters. So you tried to do a barrel roll left, and the thrusters weren't responding like you wanted to. So you had to, well, I can't go that direction. Go the other direction, and that kind of fooled you for a bit. So you can't get the precise targeting in, but you are currently running around. Would you like to keep for or 2 threat or swift task? All right. Unfortunately, this is all on you, Rost. You're the only player left. Hearing. Yeah, it's just 2. control, or daring engineering difficulty 2, assisted by structural engineering. Absolutely. Nice. 2 momentum generated as you are able to modulate the shields and the plasma fires go out. Would you like to spend Swift? Power generation, those power generation shields. Create an advantage. What would you like to do with the shield? Alright. This is control engineering difficulty 1, assisted by structure engineering. Oh. And Swift. And you gain 3 momentum. That gives you 2 shields. You can gain 2 more shields for each momentum. Would you like to spend to bring it back up to full? As you put out the fire in the hall and bring your shield back up to full. And this guy has 1, 2, and 4. He just makes a hard impulse on his turn to run in and get to the fight. That is top of the round. All the turns earns reset. And the plasma fire would go off, but you guys have dealt with that. It is now player's turn. Control security, base difficulty 2. The red is kind of away. Away. It's a difficulty 4 hit. The blue, it would be diff 3. Alright, minor action to calibrate. Alright. Another threat for using a torpedo. Weapon security for the Sleipnir. That's a Starship task force. I think you're on the wrong sheet. There we go. All right. So gain a momentum and roll that damage. Oh, come on, that's enough. It's fine. All right. 1, 2, 4. No resistance. Wait, that is 5, so that is two breaches. We dropped their shields and did 5 or more damage as the Tholian spinner tumbles in space and explodes. Would you like to spend to keep? Or swift task? Until the con officer's next turn. All right. 1 turn, earn 2, get within phaser range. Then to keep. And they're not gonna run away. And 1 more for their dice. And I'm firing phaser, disruptor bank, so this is diff 2. No, wait, diff 3 and diff, yeah, because they're more than 1 zone away. Because, yeah, you can't do corners, so da-da, and then da-da. No, this might miss. This misses. As they fire a disruptor shot, but it goes wide. It is now player's turn. Alright, so that will be 1 zone and 2 zones. Correct? Where you want to go? Alright. I believe that just has power cost. You don't need to task roll for that. Alright, so control con diff F0, so you can roll just to bank extra momentum. Engines con. Or momentum generated, and you moved, and you do an impulse turn to move out of the way. Would you like to swift? Alright, that's going to increase the difficulty by 1, so difficult. It's daring con diff 2. Alright. Dr. Khan for the Sleipnir. Yep. Alright, so you go ahead. On momentum. There we go. Alright, generate 1 momentum. And would you like to spend 2 to do precision? And precisely. Yep, so you have the buff of evasive action, but not the debuff. Alright. No, you got away. I don't want you to go away. Get back here. 1 and 2. Bit too far for me. You know what? I'm bold. Bold. I'm angry. I'm gonna try and make that shot. 1, 2, 3 zones away. So that is. Oh, first I have to spend to keep. And this is a diff 5 roll. Okay. Spending 3 for extra dice. And bibbidi bobbidi boo. That's a whiff. And very, very quickly, as this is all happening, Sorrel, you get it's something showing up on long range sensors. A ship is incoming. For a turn, you can do a reason con diff. Yeah, diff 3 assisted by sensors. For ship identification. I might accept science. Yeah, it's not sensors, so science. Actually, it would. So that'll be your 3rd dice to get us to get another dice. That'll be 2 threat. Right, so rolling 4 dice. And the ship assist. Sensor science. Oh, come on. Threat goes to me. Well, momentum goes to me. And I am going to PMU this. It's actually quite easy. You need to find what it is because they're flying with their flag high. They're making. As suddenly the web spinners go, "Oh, that's a full ass starship coming our way." Nope. And they make a run for it, unless you guys want to stop them. I kind of interrupted you for that. All right. As they cast, yep, they learn their lesson. They cast nope and leave the system rapidly. And right above you, the giant gleaming hall. Ratio right, and then yeah, the full ship of the Rampart art comes soaring in above you, and you're receiving a communication. This is Commander Bradford of the Rampart. Sleipnir, you seem to be a long way from home. Well, I seem to scare all the spiders away. Would you be heading to Tanka Dente? All right. Go ahead and land in Shuttle Bay A1, and we'll get underway. Absolutely. Reason, science. I'm gonna spend 2 threat to increase the location and sensors. I will use threat. And that was a momentum 4 dice. Sorry. Oof. Have a reroll for that, or all right. I'm just gonna take those complications. The ramparts. Yep, the rampart art has a much bigger warp core, or it can get you there just in the nick of time. actually need this to be in orbit. All right. It is now on the day of the arrival. Where will the Gungnir be? Calder, where would you want the Gungnir at this point? Did Calder BRB on me? Sorry. What is the position of the Gungnir in preparation for battle? Alright, so Gungnir is at red alert. They say yes. All hands, red alert. Pete, all hands, red alert. I'd like to get it push that button. It brings me joy. To hide the Gungnir, there is a fairly large moon, effectively scale like 12 or something. It's several miles across. Actually, several hundred miles across. So you can hide behind it easy. But to stay in position, control. On a scale of 1 to 5, how deeply do you want to be hidden? On a scale of 1 to 5, how hard do you want to be hidden? Control con. Okay. Alright. Going for the full Monty. And ships assist with engine con. Wait, where goes the other direction? Alright. Okay. Fort on Gungnir. Engines con from the Gungnir. For favor. Would you like to succeed at cost? Okay. You do manage to hide behind the moon, but it took a little while to get in position, and there's a faint ion trail still left in the system that you didn't have time to clear up. So as soon as they jump in the system, they're going to be aware that there's a ship in the area, but not quite sure where it's at. That would work. Momentum to get rid of that. That was the thing that we heard. And 3 vessels will jump in. And as far as they know, there is nothing afoot. So they're still coming in shields up. The cruiser sets up orbit above the planet, and the 2 raiders. Oops. I went bye-bye. The 2 raiders goes to make planetfall. Calder, where would you be at this point? Would you be on the Gungnir or would you be on the surface? Yep. For 2 momentum, or a present security roll div 2, you can have extra security for her. Okay. All right. Doctor, you have extra security. As the 2 raiders come down, you are hiding behind the moon. Suddenly, a general transmission. General all message just comes out on all frequencies. For you see R'shill and sitting on a Nausicaan bridge. He's dressed in red and white, and he definitely has a very peculiar looking cybernetic right arm. This one seems a little bulky. There's some extra bumps on the back of the hand where normally you would want that to be flat. There's some extra bits and bobs going on with his right hand. But he drums it on the side of the seat and goes, any Federation vessel in the system will leave the sovereign and state and leave us as be. You have 20 minutes to comply. the at this point the two raiders have fully entered the atmosphere. Let's see. Yeah, you're kind of in this square. So 1, 2, and then 3 or 3. You have to move 3 zones, so a hard impulse push can get you in range. Alright, control Alcon Div 0. Alright. There we go. And the ship can assist with engines gone. Alright, and this costs 1 power as 2 zones. For 2 momentum, you can move an extra zone, and also be harder to hit because of the advanced engines. All right, as Magnus roars the Gungnir out from the moon, and you move into position, weapons hot. And you have the bonus are hard hit. Because you're moving so zippity. And so the Federation and shows as their imperialism again. I have formally requested that you leave the sovereign system, or this will be declared an act of war. And he is also attempting to transmit this on open comms. Would you like to stop him? Right, to jam his frequencies. Yeah, let's make this daring engineering. He's open broadcasting this to anyone within range who will listen. He is broadcasting your speech to the planet below. Okay. It is interesting that you have finally showed up in the sector after you built your Starbase, staking your claim on all the material goods and all the hard work of these fine people. You see, these people, oh, these people only care about you if you are exploitable. You move too far out of their range, so they have moved the fence post to encircle you once again. For once I was free, but now you are in chains again. At this point, we are going to do those presence command rolls. So let's find the sheet. How much threat are you spending? Which metal? Oh, okay, yeah. The gallantry. Yep, so 5 challenge dice. Oh, one of those goes away. I'm going to spend 3 threat to activate the determination. Only I can protect the people. And 2 more for 3. Talents for this. Alright, so I get no talents, but I am rolling 3 dice, and I have an automatic crit. Ready when you are. Yeah, you get an extra hit on that, so you can reroll that 18 though. Alright, so I have 5 versus your 1, 2, 3, and 6. You just beat him out with an impassioned in speech. Gain 1 momentum, and you. Not to put words in your mouth, but what sort of speech would you tell to inspire the people below? All right. You give a speech talking about unity and trust, and how you are not here in a wave of dominion, but you are here there to offer assistance and community and help these colonies A's be who help these colonies A's achieve the destiny that they came out here to set. Um, and you are getting in comm messages is from the surface. Uh, you are getting in a official request from Sherrif R'shill for Starfleet to please help us in this situation. You are being tricked. They lure you in with honey, and then a hook you in and enslave you. They just want you to fall in line with their colonies. Uh, and he has to make a roll to try to counteract you. Frack, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, worth it. I am spending two. I'm spending 3 more momentum him again, and to get to activate determination. Only I can protect the people, because NPCs are dicks like that, and I am rolling 4 dice additionally. How would you like to counter? Dice wise. Nice. This should be fun. All right. In a minute, yes, you would be able to assist. Let's resolve this roll first. Ow. Ten successes versus my 5, so that's 5 momentum generated. As you give a Picard level speech against this guy. Um. What was your old ship, Sorrel? Belafon? Bellerophon. Yeah, you give this really impassioned speech. I'm spending to do threat as the Noskin cruiser just kind of idly in a okay, we're talking, let's square up against each other, moves within close range. Meanwhile, back on the surface, Doctor, you hear all this conversation and hear Calder give one hell of a speech about Federation protecting people and self-determination. Uh, you know, first link forged, ours binds us all, that kind of stuff. Uh, mm-hmm. Presence medicine diff 2. Mm-hmm. Oh, you actually have the talent doctor's orders? Then totally. It would, diff 1. Alright, 2 momentum, you have 1 float. He is really upset and mad and rabble. I don't want to deal with this anymore. Well, shoot, I kind of wanted a ground combat today. I don't think that's gonna happen. Um, as for your accusations, he's going to fire back. Well, I did what I had to do because as we must. I needed to redistribute those medical supplies guys across the coalition and we have out here. Yeah, accurate. uh and at this point, I'm Calder from Ops. Patterson suddenly cries out, "Sir, they're charging weapons!" And they are going to fire point blank on you. Disruptor cannons. This is at diff 2 because it's close range. And I'm gonna fire. Always emotion before reason. Alright, gain a threat back. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Alright, 13 damage to the Gungnir shields. Your resistance 7, so -7. 13 -7 is that 5 or 6? I math occasionally. Alright, 6 damage. That sounds fun. I'm gonna do it again. Devastating attack. So 6 again applied to your shields. Resistance, so 1 extra shield point down. Well, that was a waste. But where's my breach deck? Damage systems. One hit to your structure as this thing opens up fire and barrages you with its disruptor cannons. And spending into threat to Swift as he's going to call to his raiders to destroy the colony. It is now the player's turn. And the rip. Magnus Patterson. Do you have a secondary? Would Williams be on the surface with defense or on the ship? Okay. Oh, I don't have a token for playing this anymore. Ooh, I'm gonna need to fix that. Steps Patterson, Bailey's probably about. Alright, to deploy the fighters, there's is a control on difficulty 3, assisted by communications call. Yes, it will. Alright. And ship's communications command. Or communications gone. Generate a momentum, which is floating as the fighter wing deploys, and you see Federation attack fighters is zooming out of your port. And their orders are to suppress the raiders, correct? Yeah, I'll accept that as an advantage. They're able to slip by the cruiser with no ill effect. One thing. FX graphics. Evac graphics. Welcome aboard. As I forgot what that whistle was for a moment. The attack wing is currently en route to the planet. It is still your turn. Would you like to swift or keep? Or keep for free? Because you're awesome. right. Basically back up one zone. All right. I'm gonna say that is Daring Con Diff 1. Engines and con. We'll kind of call this an evasive action. And if you want, you can spend the extra momentum to get the bonus from your evasive action. You mean one threat for third dice? Is it threat or momentum? Okay. And engines con from the ship. Dang! It's the last time I messed with the Gungnir. Nah. Ross, can you roll the ship? Sorrel, can you roll the ship? Oh, he did. I am losing my mind. Alright, 3 momentum generated, which I can spend 2 to make attacks on you more difficult. Alright, as you very quickly throw the thing in reverse and back up one zone. Oh, that is 6. Oh, goodness. So, that was 2 more. Alright. Do you wish to keep? Alright, who's going next? Williams, let me know that they're actually pulled away from the computer for the time being, so you can have them on the bridge if you like. Okay. Control. Security. Normally diff 3. But you are. That's gonna be quite a hard shot. That is difficulty 4. Phasers will be diff 3. Alright. And weapons and security. Yep. And that is 6. Diff 3, so that is 3 momentum generated. You are full back up. Go ahead and roll me that phaser damage. Would you like to add extra power to this? Alright. 3 power for 2 extra dice. Versatile, I'm assuming. That is rude. I don't like that. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. Cruiser has a resistance of 5. Eight damage to shields. Should be full up anyways, and then drop that down. Shields are at 33%. Yep, you still have one of the versatile left. You can do piercing. Piercing 2. It's piercing 2. So it's just a flat 2. Devastating. Not like this is bad. All right. So half of 13, 7, and applied ship. That's 2 more. So we have 1 breach from the initial attack. 6, another and another. Is 3 breaches as their shields collapse. 1, 2, 3. As this is an... Oh no, not Fred. Structure. Oh no. Alright. Pulling 2 challenge dice. Nope, he's not hit. As on the surface, these Noskin raiders start pulling into the atmosphere, and they start firing firing on the domes. But luckily these domes are designed to not they're not made out of glass, they're made out of transparent aluminum, so they're not going down easily. But these huge craft are hanging in the air and firing on the surface. Doctor, I'm gonna need you to make a fitness medicine. Diff 2. Let's make this diff 3. And 2 more comp 2. As the ground's rocking and rolling underneath you. Alright, as you manage to keep your footing as the ground is rolling underneath you, and you look up and you see the bright green fire of the disruptors splashing across the dome. If that thing cracks, bad things are gonna happen. control, medicine, medicine, and if 2, I'm gonna say a comp 2 because the ground's still rolling. Yes. Yeah. Actually, gymnastics would probably need help with that complication. But that would have to be a trait in order for that to fire. Alright. 3 momentum. Hit the focus. 3 momentum generated. As you're able to quickly start administering a rebreather mask to, well, first rule is get it on yourself and your staff, and then you start distributing it to the people. That is your turn. What do I want to do? Oh, would you like to swift task? I should probably ask. All right. That guy's turn. That hurt. I don't like that. I am going to attempt task. And then this is my difficulty is 2. 2 gives me shields. All right, and yep, spending 1 more threat. All right, they have regenerated shields, and that is their turn. Any player want to step into an NPC and make a roll? I don't know. It's player's turn. Mainly. All right. Control all engineering diff 1. That will work. Oh my goodness. And structure engineering from the ship. This is a float too. Guys, I don't think this is going well for me. All right. You have 4. Yeah, 4 float. And you generate 2 shields. 2 shields off the back. Each momentum is 2 more. Just the 1. Yep. He can. Yep. So Alright, so plus 4 shields. Total. One more momentum will get you to 14 out of 15. Alright. Would left like to swift task? Oh, you should be -3 power. Because that phaser shot. Alright, let me double check what power management does. Done that in a while. Yeah, I figured. Daring or control engineering difficulty 2. Oh, it's difficulty 3 because it's swift. And you crushed it again. That is fine. Alright, so that's 1. And then 1 and 1 float for plus 2 power. You should be at 10 out of 11. Alright. Would you like to keep the initiative for free? Yeah, who's going next? Really been activated? I don't know if she actually rolled. I know she's been involved, but I don't know if she actually rolled. Cassidy, he's already gone. Left's gone. Patterson is still available. Two. Oh, scan for space difficulty 3 and then extra range. And sensors and science. And Gungnir has advanced sensors, so diff 2. Sure, you don't want to spend threat? I can use threat. Alright, and then sensor science from the ship. Alright. It's 1 momentum. Nope, 2 momentum, because both went down. And and especially with that hit it took, you could totally squeeze the torpedo Oh, in between the hull plating thing here. You have a influence on. You do have one float. Would you like to use that for anything? Shields are mostly up. There's like one pip left. You would have to do a shield regeneration roll in order to dump the momentum into that. Yeah, I will allow that. Spend 2 momentum. You paint the target to make it even easier to shoot. Trying to find a good icon on for you. You have a target lock. There it is. All right. Reduce difficulty. Need to shoot. And that is you guys. All right. What do I want to do? I don't want to be here anymore. I feel like things have gone in a poor way. So, nope. He's gonna run. Spending 2. And he jumps to warp. But before he jumps to warp, he fires a torpedo. There is currently a torpedo heading straight for the city. All right. We are still in combat and turns, but that's kind of the top of the round. So, Captain, your orders. I'm gonna switch this up. Daring, security. That is a fast-moving target. And I'm gonna dump all my threats, what little I have left. And weapon security. Alright. It is multiple, all but a phaser spread will take him out. Right. Trick shot from the hip. All right. Doctor, as you're in the hospital, the ground is rumbling. You are putting masks on everyone. And the sky is a violent green from disruptor fire, and suddenly you hear a series of muffled explosions from the distance. Whoop, 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 whoop. As the Gungnir swoops into action and dives, as the Gungnir swoops into action and fires four quick phaser shots across just as the torpedoes are entering the atmosphere. There's four bright explosions across the horizon, and the city is safe. The fighters swoop in and are starting to harass the raider across the city. And at this point, a new contact comes in. 3 guesses who? The Rampart jumps into system. Alright, and yeah, there's still a couple ships left. I'll let you have it. And very quickly, if you allow it, Rampart hails you and goes, "Hey, Calder, you seem to have lost a couple officers here. You want them back on board?" Are we going for a kill or capture? Aye, aye, sir. All right, and with that, yeah, Rampart raises shields, goes to red alert, and let's just finish this up with one simple task roll. Yeah, they're kind of boxed in at this point. Daring, security. There's a couple of them, and they are hovering over a planet. Daring, security, difficulty 3, complication 2. Williams can do primary. Calder, you can assist, and the Rampart can assist. Yeah, basically, you're doing a crew task roll, and the Rampart's assisting with their crew task roll. And weapons ends plus security from both vessels. Calder, who's taking the lead? Williams. Or you can. Okay. Yep, I have their sheet. 2 at the moment. If you want to purchase additional dice, let me know. All right. Ross, you said you had the rampart? I didn't know you guys had permission. Alright. Someone roll it. 1 crew task roll and 1 starship task roll from the rampart. Alright. So... is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is 8 You have 8 momentum total. You have 2 flute. As over the course of the next several minutes between you and the fighters and the rampart, you manage to scoop these guys up and force them into surrender. And with that, combat is over. Would you like to do anything with your float? Okay. Minimize damage, air damage. Anything else? Surprisingly, seeing that the captain was so quick to throw them under the bus for a chance to escape, and seeing the Gungnir risk their lives to stop the torpedoes, did a lot to turn their views around. And over the course of the week, you are able to help out and get their infrastructure back up and kind of turn their lives around. We still have the small matter of the we still have the small matter of the governor, who may or may not have thrown the colony under the bus. But as of this time, he is on the planet, and interesting enough, no need. R'shill has him under arrest for violating local laws, and he is willing to fully cooperate with the Federation. Yeah, this takes place. It's over the next couple days. Figure this out. Aiding parting gifts or final words. I can do that for truth momentum. Yeah, you can definitely set that add up. Um, yeah. Now that there's no. Speaking of, um, speaking of the snakes, the screamer box you found. Ross, go ahead and give me a control engineering difficulty 3, complication 2. All right. 3 plus 2. To what value? Not sold on that one. Yeah, I'll take that. And this would be figuring out something to support your repairs and figure out how to stop this from happening again. Well, you got it. You look over the box, which is mangled and destroyed, but you manage to piece it back together and find out that this particular device is basically a rewired Bluetooth speaker that has a programmed that has a chip in it that basically plays this song on repeat. And the song is deep BC thrum throughout the course, and it just repeats. You can tell that this is basically made out of a civilian made Bluetooth speaker. Kind of like the ones. Mm-hmm. You could just certainly try. What does? All right. Control engineering difficulty 3. This is by computers engineering. Oh, bother. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's gonna be a bit much, but what you could do is later on you might be able to figure out anti snake system and use some of your reputation and to set that up for the planet to help them further along. Um, so next week are going to dig into all the evidence that Chertarel has, and maybe he track down where where Captain Fred ran out to. He fired the torpedo and warped away. He actually warped towards the star, or spun around a couple times, then flew off in a random vector, and that effectively scrambles your ion trail and makes it impossible to follow. So he covered his tracks pretty well. Oh, for sure. And truly and sure. And the Rampart is willing to stay in the system for an additional 2 weeks to help with the colony if you would like that, Calder. You kind of like, I'm willing to help. Sorry about before. Making up to it. And with that, the dust settles, and we end our episode tonight. And where's my thingy? And with that, the credits will roll. Be sure to catch us next week, Thursday at 7 p.m. here on Twitch. Catch our next adventure on the frontier. Thank you so much for our awesome players tonight. You actually avoided a civil war on the colony. Bad things were gonna happen, and the civilians were gonna be fighting each other. But you managed with a 10 success roll to quash that. Music provided by Kevin McLeod. You can check out his royalty-free music on incomtech.com. As always, we are thankful to Modiphius for giving us the tall ship, and the great bird of the galaxy, Gene Roddenberry, for giving us the stars to guide us. Until next time, fly true, stay safe, and take us out.
You